MMCs and councillors present, the administration leadership, our chief directors, assistant directors and managers, CEOs of different companies, and all of you. Greetings this morning. We are starting with our program, which is far behind schedule at this moment. And I'm going to have a humble request to the audience. If they allow me, then I will do it. But if I'm not allowed, it's still okay. Is anyone allowing me to can open with prayer? No one is objecting to it. Okay, thank you. Father God, we thank you for this opportunity this morning that we have gathered together in your presence. And as we are going to learn and deliberate, my God, we invite the Holy Spirit to lead and guide us and give us the wisdom to implement each and everything that we are going to learn in this place. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. Right now, I'm going to call my Executive Director for Local Economic Development here at Sedibeng District Municipality, who will introduce to us our MMC this morning. And please, when they leave, they are not disregarding this occasion. As I have said, they are attending a council meeting that has started already.
Good morning. Legai. My name is Greg Makubu. I'm the Executive Director here at the District Sedibeng, heading the department called Local Economic Development and Tourism, including Human Settlement and Planning. I've got a huge responsibility with so many tasks, but I'm glad today to be here, Ngelangalabo Mama, which is a Women's Month, 2025. Lelizwe, Alisoze. Thank you, Nyabong. My task is very simple, colleagues and friends. Let me also just greet all the dignitaries that are here today, the councillors, the chief directors, officials, colleagues and friends. As I've said, my name is Greg Makubu, the Executive Director. I'm here to introduce my political head in this space. She comes all the way from Eratanda. She has been heading this department since I came in, and she has been giving us direction on what is local economic development. But today, this is not only about local development, it's about women that are taking the path in the LED space, the women in business. This month is a month where we are expecting to see Abu Mama by Bamba Ngapambili angithi yes. Let me not say much except to say, please, would you kindly stand up and welcome the Honorable Councillor Lula Mashele N. Gamede, heading the LED and tourism space. Kupa Matsoho.
Ninjani bengicela nje ngaphambi ukuthi sicale sisamile kanjalo nje sike sishaya imama ingoma singabo mama sike sifuthumeza ihholo ingoma nje efudumele abo mama basikhokhele ngayo bantu. Thank you. Enkosi bomama ndiyabulela. Okhulumayo MMC Lula Magamede from Elisedi local municipality and also seconded la ECD being as an MMC. I think it's also important before I get into the address ukubaleka kwale program esinayo namhlanje. And it's a pity angeke ngikhona uba iphathi yayo until the end. Sine council sitting today and then as ukuthi sesiku GNU. So make walova oyi1 hey kuyamosakala. So it's important for all of us to attend. I would have loved to be part of this program until the end as a political head, so that I also address issues that I see are of importance, especially in our tourism sector, especially the issues that are affecting women. It's a pity we only want to acknowledge and speak of matters that are affecting women in Women's Month. And this program should be a program that is an everyday program. Because abo mama yibo abaphethe ubunzima kakhulu, abo mama yibo abasidelinayo kuma business, abo mama yibo abaqindezelwayo kwethu ukuthi uma kunama program, let's utilize local people. That is LED, local economic development. Akuqale kubheke ukuthi akekho umuntu okwazi ukwenza ama sandwich okanye itiya la eVaal, ayeke solanda umuntu ole kude azosenzela itiya. Izinto ezenza ukuthi abo mama bagcine manje sebakhathele bathina sesikhathele sihlele ekhaya siyaphuma nakulama forum because ama forum asora ama program asora mele ngabe kugcwele abomama that in attendance but bawa umoya ngoba sikhuluma lokhu bese senza okunye on the left hand side. I felt I had to address that before I get into the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and honored women in business, and also you all look beautiful today in this morning. Clap your hands for yourselves. It is with great pride and enthusiasm that I stand before you today on this special occasion of Women's Month. As the MMC responsible for local economic development and tourism, I want to extend my warmest greetings to all the women, entrepreneurs, business leaders, and stakeholders present here today. My special acknowledgement goes to our big brother, the Department of Economic Development. Without GDED, this event will not be possible. I think we must also acknowledge and appreciate their presence and making sure this program becomes successful. Allow me also to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Barbara Ziane, Director Tepiso Kari, and all their officials. I also would like to acknowledge our strategic partners, the CEO of the Royal Asset Holdings, Mr. Mxolisi Matsamba, if I pronounce it correctly. Also acknowledge Johannesburg's Mr. Tabane Dube. These are all our stakeholders that are part of it. These are all our stakeholders that are part of this program.
Very much with the program. And right now, it's a pity that MMC is leaving. But when I, in the municipality so many years ago, I was working in the HIV and AIDS field. Now, there's lots of abbreviations in the government. Sometimes they are confusing. So I'm given a book to refer to of stakeholders and all that. So at that time, there was a program of medical male circumcision, the MMC in the HIV and AIDS field. Now, I see a lot of MMCs. Remember, I'm arriving, I don't understand. A person driving it at each and every level. Now, when I go to my boss, she said, no, that's not what it means. This one means the highest political member in. Now there's the other one, which nearly made Puleng fainted. Because when I saw this one, they said there is a CD that will be speaking. And I said, a compact disc. And if director.
9th of August 1956 in Pretoria, South Africa, to protest against the apartheid government's passed laws which required black South Africans, including women, to carry passbooks. Women of all races from across the country marched to the union buildings. Leaders of the march included Helen Joseph, Rihanna Musa, and Sophia Williams de Brain. The women handed over a petition with more than 100,000 signatures opposing the passed laws. After delivering the petition, the women stood in complete silence for 30 minutes, a powerful act of peaceful resistance. Today, we remember these stalwarts with a moment of silence for 1 minute. Hence, I wanted us to be silent for 1 minute. In commemorating women, the Gauteng District Municipality has initiated the Women's Month commemoration series. So we also do this with other municipalities because in the province we've got many toward township-based women and youth continue to face barriers in accessing practical enterprise opportunities, relevant information and income-generating platforms. The event forms part of province opportunities that sharing of information becomes very key. If umakhelane happen to access this particular information that can lift us all up, then it's very important that we do so. Because I would also concur with the MMC. In most cases, it is women who pull each other down. We are not like the women of 1956 who went on and there was no such thing as position yako is lower or is higher than mine. They were fighting for one common purpose. And right now it becomes very key that as women we fight for one common purpose. And that purpose should be to run successful businesses, to build wealth. So businesses, they go beyond tenders. Business opportunities, they go beyond tenders, they go beyond the borders of government. They are also business opportunities that are accessible in other platforms. But we understand that it starts with us hand-holding you so that you grow to be able to become the best businesswoman that you can ever be. And by so saying, let us participate meaningfully in this in program such that by the time we leave here, we are in a position to gather the relevant information that is required for us to improve our policies, for you to grow your businesses. So with that being said, I wish you all the best. I'm gonna be here up until 2, and I'll be sitting here listening attentively to each and every presentation and each and every participant who's here. And ladies, stay beautiful and look the best, and let's engage meaningfully. I thank you.
I'm Beleni Maboko. Ikenseshinene wakahina. Now we understand why we are here. You know, building a business, being the best at what you do, but it's about the willingness to learn and adapt. And as she has said, they've created a platform for us. Let me see the inspiring entrepreneurs and business women in this place. So here's an opportunity that we have to grab hold of to learn and adapt. You cannot learn and be the same. When we live here, we will be transformed. When we live here, we will be different. And when we live here, businesses will bloom. When we live here, those ideas will now be turned into something sustainable. So each and every business, no matter how small or big, all the biggest businesses that you are seeing today, they all started with an idea. That idea must be translated into action. Otherwise, it must. And hence it is said, the most richest place in the world is the graveyard. because some ideas are buried there. So today we are not going to bury the ideas, because we are going to be empowered how to translate those ideas and big businesses of the future. So by so saying right now, I'm going to call a company known as Ikwezelihle Training Institute. Can we welcome her? And the nice thing again, when we learn, we ask questions. So today, we are not a church where you listen to the preacher and you wonder and ponder about certain issues and you don't know where to take them. So after she has spoken, she's going to take questions so that we are real.
Ninjani, you are looking forward to this session, I can see. Special greetings up to here. I always say this to people, I'm a true rural girl. I know how to go and fetch water from the river. I know how to go and go November 20, Black Friday. Black Friday, I'm at work. I don't have to go push a mall. And do my work, takes me a few minutes, and then at home when I arrive, I have what? I have my groceries. So why are we in business? We're in business to make money, to make profits. Unfortunately, in business, no one will dare to give them a hand out. I know government, they do assist with me. But that is to give us one step forward. The whole aim of being in business is to make profits, is to grow the business, is to have a legacy. We want our family members to take over our businesses one day. So if we do involve them at an early age, involve them when they're young, so that they love the business, because if they hate it, unfortunately, ubawushona liyashona. Bese bethi abantu sihamba nezinto zethu. That's not true. Is that we don't cover section planning in detail as well. Market for your idea, window of opportunity. Have a structure of your market structure. Look, before you, this idea that you have, Pelamand is an idea. It doesn't end with you. You want to make a business. What do? Check what is happening in the markets. We are not going to work alone in isolation. We are in training. We've got so many competitors. Okay. Some that are still coming into training, some that are already in training, some that are existing. If you don't understand the markets here, go and educate yourself. How big is this market? Does there's capacity now? And then the market share. And then the market share. To what the current sellers are doing, and who are doing beautiful garments. But what is it that when you who are in fashion, you are competing, no shame. So now who are they? What is it that they're doing? What is it that you are bringing when into the table that is different? I'm looking now with our government. I'm glad the policymakers here. You know, our South African government, I think they actually forget that. But we've got these big visions. We want to get into business. Cash that you're gonna seed to Reserve Bank now. That is a band that you see to say that is security. And over and above that, you must have 60% of what you book you're gonna write as cash. Because they're saying you need to be able to meet the claims. They are correct. But where do I get 10 million? If something happens to you, all the investors must be able to get their money back. But where do I get 5 million? It is only risk, then they're saying, no, you can get into insurance with 3 million. And also because they understood now, this late, 2017, I'm correct, towards the end. Very late, from 1994, but we thank God they've done that. And then they're saying because you can work for a black person, am I right? Because we don't have a number of buyers present. Don't get into the industry where you know that the buyers are very few, unless you are giving something that is very unique. Price sensitive. I think with the clothing currently, it's very price sensitive. Because now, since we are part of the global community, we have the Shein, we have the Temos, they're driving price more than anything else. They're not really driving quality. That say, let's also be competitive in our, because not all of us can afford Uchard Kutsia's garment. We don't have 50,000 rand to look beautiful like Bonang Mateba, but I still want to be beautiful. But I can maybe try 2,000, maybe I can try. So be price sensitive is very important. Look the market that is there. It's a growing market or not. In fact, izinto that has money are the things that we Africans are not on it. Ni aware with the agri things that we are doing. Planting. Akuthina sonke sokwenza imali ngo-content siyidayise kwi-social media. Someone know how much money you make in poultry farming. Eggs are expensive. But we are here. We have land. We can grow amachwane and then after that we can sell eggs. We have about poultry farmers. All the eggs are valley, ziqhamuka evalley. That's why Pelama forums are there. And if Betty eggs in a week, because vele we know Guti, umam bani, mam 1, mam 2, no mam 3, no mam 4, bonke we are together. We supply as a collective, not one by one. There's one thing that destroys us as South Africans. It's more than the supply. Mama, I respect that. Moya emarenki betayisa amatamati be 5 betayisa amatamata fanai. But I think we need to go back. Let's go and grow the tomatoes. Because that's where money is. Yes, we can still sell them, but let's also go and be a producer. Then we will grow. Let's earn our share. We expect it because we learn, we network. It's easy now for me to talk to somebody because I have a business card. Because I know it's so difficult. Then you are able to communicate with them. Some companies are existing because Tina, we are there. Ni aware with the insurance company, all of them, the way they are growing, especially the ones about the funeral, is because a black person is there. Don't spend thousands and thousands on investment. Une funeral policy, yaga bontonton, sanlam. Old mutual, uban, awunai investment, kodwa you want to make it in business. Phela uqala uyisave le yamali usasebenza, so that tomorrow you have something. We don't eat all the money we make. We don't spend all of it. Competitive advantage. Now you have this idea. Yield to you. That's what you are selling. Products, that's what you're giving. If I'm in designing, what I've seen that most people are designing lately. I love that. I'm seeing on Instagram. We are going to buy from them because quality. Once you are in your business, look at you know, it makes a difference for me to go and contract to do my garment. But the day I'm collecting it, we put it in a nicely packed a box lianyana, ngazuthi ngivela ka Louis Vuitton, and I'm carrying it with pride. Do you know that? Yes. Don't just give it to me. Those tiny things, they make a difference. When you're going to meet a person, your company profile, you don't need to make it very expensive, but print it and then we organize it. When you get in, you sit, you present it, there's a business card, there's a profile, and you talk to your profile, you know it. And you talk to it, it makes it, people, they first, that's another thing people don't understand. They first buy you before they buy your products and your service. Ginamang? They buy you first. Mawufika uhlangahlangene bathi we ne product izobe ihlangahlangene. It's true. Your products, what makes it unique? What is different? Your unique selling proposition. That's very important. Now you've decided. So now this idea, these are the things, these I'm sharing with you are the things that must be, you must sit down and conceptualize them and say, here's my idea. And I want to get into business, but I need to take this into account as izenzakaleli. You plan. Now you decide what type of business I'm going to do. It's either it's okay, sorry, how do I go back? It's either ufuna ukuba a sole proprietor and understand ukuthi if we sole trader, what are the pros and cons of it. Nansi into yakhona ke ka entrepreneurship journey, you must educate yourself. As phela ukuthi what makes what's different between a private company and a sole proprietor. Understand the tax implications. Understand ukuthi if umuntu ekubopha uyi-sole proprietor ubopha wena. If umuntu ebophe ikhweze lihle ubopha ikhweze lihle not mina unless bengisayinile ukuthi ngizoyisiza ikhweze lihle mayihluleka. Which means I can liquidate ikhwezi and come back tomorrow and be somebody else. Look at the guy Yama Sneakers, Drip. They liquidated him, but already he's planning to come back to the market with a different name, the same person, because by liquidate a company. But also be careful, then. Don't siphon all the money from your company because you are protected. Our new Companies Act have cuts, have pieced the corporate veil. If when we mosh imali, they're gonna come to you abantu. Pela people are investing their money. When as we say imali, utenge imoto ka 2 million, uhlale emzini ka 10 million, the next thing is a company is being liquidated and you think you're gonna go scot-free. That's not gonna happen. They're gonna come. Only reason why, it helps you, it protects you if you can also show with it. Yes, there were external factors that affected my business. Because one thing you need to know, if business affects you two, internal and external factors. External factors, sometimes you don't have control over them. But internal factors, you have a control over them. If bengu mama ngine spaza shop sila everyone kune main road and everyone buys my guineas and everything and I'm doing well and the municipality tomorrow change the main road to be this side. Let's blame external factors than to blame internal factors. Now, phela musune idea register company. People don't want to work with isn't engakho registered. Awugcini lapho. South Africa sino SARS siyawukhokhela. In South Africa, once when 1 million in business, you must actually be registered for VAT. In South Africa, you must have a pay as you earn. There's another thing people I'm coming across at my SMMEs. Do you know good when you are #1 employee of your business? When nje njengoba ubhaka une company elu ABC confectionery, you are the first employee. So why are you don't have a pay as you earn? Why are you not by F? You're yourself. Go up and drawing a salary. Do you know what during COVID, people who were really affected were us. You know why? Because we could not go to Department of Labor. A Department of Labor paid most people who were UIF contributors imali for those 4 months when people they were at home. Are you guys aware? Ni aware? Tina we were locked up and we had no money. But if now as SMMEs, leya 1% besukok, ngabe sa survive. Big companies that even went further than that, they had the business continuity insurance cover. That's why they continued. Tina suffer ne COVID because we had no business continuity cover. Pelangisi government just stopped, so there was no continuation. So who's gonna reimburse me? Santam. Angit. That's why Santam took they took Santam into big company Santam to court because Santam watola in influx of claims and then what's in they can't meet demand. And then they've been collecting premiums. And if business continuity cover, it was one of those covers that they were getting money out of it because no one was using it. They're not spending. And they were forced, and they had to pay. Skills development levies. Are you aware that SETAs in this country, there's an institution, chapter 3 companies called Sectoral Education and Training Authorities that have money for SMMEs. That goes back to Treasury because not being utilized. But unfortunately for you to get there, you first need to register for Pay-as-you-earn. Pela, if you're earning less than the threshold, you're not going to pay USAS, but you're going to submit some returns. And then they're going to give you that SDL number that you're going to go and check with your SETA. If you are in manufacturing, you go to MESITA. If it's wholesale and retail, you go to wholesale and retail. They're going to pay for your education. They're going to train your employees for free. Even your kids. There's money. There's government. Government is working for us, but we don't know the things that are there that we should tap into it and benefit from them. Who's benefiting out of this? Big business. Hamba phela manje. And what are they doing? They're actually assisting our companies to make more money, add more cost to the business. I remember I pitched this to one of our taxi industries, my taxi owners. And then I said, give it to me, we'll train you. I'm going to get Tita to find you. We're going to train the youth in your area. I was amazed to tell you with our taxi owners, some of their kids did not even have a driver's license. And then I said, okay, fine, let me start with your kids, then succession planning. And we trained them, we got them our licenses, they got stipend. Now they can understand the business. That's the thing. I'm sister, they even have money to get some licenses for your kids. There is money, but we don't know. The entrepreneurial process, it starts with identifying and evaluating the opportunity, which is the idea. It doesn't end there. Have a business plan. Another thing, a business plan is not a document to go and get funds only. It actually helps you to map your business. Even when your business is running, there must be a plan. But if you don't have a plan, how are you going to navigate this monster to a business? The demand resources required. Resources, not just only money. Because sometimes when I say business in my SMMEs, no, I don't have money. But do you have skills? It's a resource. Do you have a place to do your business? Some businesses, they don't need money to start them. But they need you to look at it and say, I can do this. And they don't need cash. You can do it without cash. Yes. She doesn't believe me. And then start and manage your enterprise. Give your enterprise a good name. A name that people can associate with, not only you. It's a problem. And also, we're in a business because we're solving the problem, so not the problem that we are solving. And then you invest your time as well as your money into your business. Another thing people don't know. Your time is important. They don't fund you if uzobatshela ukuthi uzobungeke businessini. Who's going to run the business? We want it to be there, 100%. To survive. But the only way your business will reach the stage is that when you get into the business, you put systems in place. There's another thing that we Africans, we don't want. I was talking, I just take a photo, then I know, I had so many pizzas, I sell 5 Ks, five because I'm 24s, I sell so much, and they say, how much cans? Utella B sold 5 them. Understand? Because you have system. And some of these systems are not very expensive. Even the companies that are supplying you, they do have them. Why? They're interested in you because you are driving volumes of business. So you have them, use them, check them. We spoke about the market, company description, what you're going to do. We spoke about the market analysis in terms of checking the size of the market, the structure of the market, the capacity. Are people going to be able to buy your products or not? Now it's about you, organization management. In your company, how are you going to manage this monster called business? Do you have managerial skills? If you don't, where are you going to go and get in knowledge and be trained? You now as an employee. And we're not going to train you alone. We need to train you and your employees. And my employees understand ukuthi I'm a black person. Akusho ukuthi be lazy, akusho ukuthi uhlala ku TikTok. The moment uqashwe an Indian and a white person, when you are all good. Are with me? But because we are black on black, we don't do that. That is wrong. If you are employed, what can't if you're getting a salary, you're getting a salary for actually what? For selling your skills, your time. So if I'm taking my salary and yes, when I'm not doing my work, because when I'm there, I need to do my 100%. Tina Africans, I'm a business aid, sibulalana sodwa. Try family in your business. Your brother, your sister, your bani. And I'm telling you, they'll be the first one to steal from you, and you're the one who's supporting their kids. That's how cruel we are to one another. We want to hold your hand. Let me tell you, sometimes you abort the idea of being a business person. You need that person. Could be your friends, could be your family member, could be anyone, your spouse, anyone that can hold, you need that person. And then we need to make them understand that I'm going here, and they come up with solutions, which mean they got now. My personal development, constantly develop yourself. You need to polish your craft. There's a thing also having a problem with executive people. Once you are there, you are relaxed. No. Constantly. I know it's tiring, but you must constantly develop yourself further. Read. Awukwazi ukuba entrepreneur ngakho incwadi oyifundayo kanjani? Yeah. There's so many books about business. You can even go to your people where, oh, sorry, now I went quite far. You can even go to libraries, read, take a book, read about it. What makes business A, business B fail? Now, the most important part is financial management. This is very important. Cash flow management. A business needs to be liquid. What does it mean, liquid? It needs to have money to buy. That's being liquid. The business money. It needs to be solvent. What is solvent? Solvent means that the asset must be more than your liabilities. That's business. Yes, it needs that. So what do? You need to, and when, and how you're going to buy them. Some lease it. You're going to use it after 3 months, 3 years, they take it, they give you a new printer. Anyway, you check the lifespan of the printer that you're going to have in your business. To say, is it worth buying it? It's not worth buying it. They're good to buy them because there's something called a balance sheet. A balance sheet is that document that tells you about the worth, how much your business is. If you are selling it tomorrow, they're going to say, looting. They could not come back to business. They had no insurance. They were supposed to go and claim. COVID, they could not come back. They had no insurance. Pela, what is insurance? Insurance is the reason why we need insurance because we transfer the risk we have identified. At the end, I'm about to finish. Create a winning team. When? Are with me? Even when you talk to them, we're dealing with the problem, not with the person. We should not destroy each other. We should build each other because we need them to succeed in these businesses. It's like when I'm a department head, I need my colleagues to make me look good. So I'm not there to be a destroyer. So let me think what I'm saying before I say what I'm saying to people. How it's going to go down. Especially women, we are able to do that. I know men sometimes, apologies are men, they just talk. They don't even know how it lands. But that should not be a problem with us. Make informed decision, team. They're not your competitors. You need them. You are here now. They should be selling where you are. Lead by example. And lastly, acknowledge excellence and commitment. And at the end, this is my last slide. Now it's about you enjoying yourself. Invest in yourself. I believe that's why in businesses, so that we can do good. Have a retirement plan. What's going to happen when you retire? Have it. You need it. You are earning money. Philippines is paying you money. Make sure you have a break. Go on holiday. Take a leave. Go home. Your mama dombe, rural. Refresh. You know when you come back, clear mind. There's something people don't understand about planting. Tomorrow, if you are stressed, you come back, you're so refreshed. In nature, you revive. You think clearly. Have time with your family and friends. On the business because we are so consumed about businesses, we don't have time for them. And what is this business for? They're not going to be part of your business because, oh, mama, no, papa, they're always out. They're not there. They're working, and we don't see. And then the worst part is, you are working hard. When they ask for things, you don't have money. So what's the solution? Why are you working so hard? But there must be returns. Try outdoor or gym. Do something to keep your mental health and to keep yourself active. Enjoy it. Attend such meetings. Learn. Take whatever you've learned and implement it. And lastly, I end. Enjoy your entrepreneurial journey. Thank you.
Our Matsohana Fita so comprehensive. I think we have really learned a lot from this presentation. It was so comprehensive. Let me see somebody who says, I have learned something. Say to your neighbor, rise, woman, rise. Then we will go far. And another thing that I have learned is when she was talking about identifying the barriers. When I identify a barrier, I step back. But instead, I should start ask you something. How many of you know, even if you have never been there, but you have heard or you have seen on Disneyland, they've got eyes, they've got ears, they've got all these things. Does anyone know why? Do we know? Okay, let me tell you a story behind Disney. You know, people who are creative, entrepreneurs, are serious because they see things that we do not see. Now it is said when Walt was still a student, a teacher said, draw a flower. Then Disney drew that flower with eyes and tears. And the teacher, what kind of a flower is this? Flowers don't have eyes. Flowers don't have this and this and this and this. And then Disney said, mine has. So that was the idea he had from the beginning. And it's not possible. So don't get discouraged when people cannot understand your idea. Keep moving and look for information and you will get there. Right now, we are going to call our Assistant Director from Gauteng Treasury. Yeah, I've got many eyes, ne? So be patient with me. Hey, I don't want to vandalize this surname. Oh, ke sa ga bo rena, Mphahlele. Let's give her a hand as she's going to come and empower us with regard to the tendering processes. Re a go amogela ma-
Then take note of this. Our email address. Good one. Well, Messi presentation, yeah, but Lisa, but I will say it all. I will say it.
I have a suggestion so that you don't rush because we were about to go for tea break. Remember, we started 30 minutes behind. So I work on the time with 30 minutes behind. So now, this is where I become firm as a program director. I know you have got beautiful watches, but only for today. This smartwatch of mine it's saying 20 past. 20 past, 15 minutes from 20 past, what time is it? 25 to, we should be back. Presentation will be sorted. Let's quickly go for tea.
So talk about the map. You take that statement, it's a wrong statement. Green. Not any statement.
Any fruits of it, in whatever way in Gauteng, at the moment there is.
Now, it's no longer even 30-40% at Gauteng provincial level. Right now, it's 60%. So that's a huge opportunity for township-based small businesses. And I get around 12% now of the provincial budget. Now, can you imagine? That's a lot. So if we can correct all these little things, we can be able to ensure that we support small businesses, township-based small businesses. But another issue that I want to raise is the issue of manufacturing. You see, it does not help all of us.
Untapped, specifically from a take-a-lot perspective. If you go to a lot of townships, people are aware of take-a-lot, but they don't use the services. Why? Because there's this notion, on a credit card, while fage phone in bazok scam, ne? Yeah. So what we've done is we've created some programs to sort of like get rid of that notion, but also educate people and also create a market as well. Like I said, I'm not going to bore you with the slides. I'll go to the interesting parts. Cool. So the biggest challenge that we have currently, 46.1% of people aged between 15 and 34 are unemployed. That's a big number, right? And if you look at 48.1% of that is actually women in South Africa. So I'm hoping that what I will present in a few minutes will basically answer some of those. So what is the Take-a-Lot Township Initiative? It's basically an initiative that speaks to the townships. And what we want to create is an ecosystem of opportunity creation, touch base on them as well. So I'm a driver programs manager and I look after the driver development program. However, because I'm the only representative here today, I'll also touch base on some of the other programs that are led by other colleagues of mine in the different parts of the country. As to your relatives, etc. But for us, what's important there is that it's an opportunity creation. Makes sense? So if you want to learn more about it, please visit our stands, like our box is dented, right? Some customers return those things. But what do we do in order for us to resell those items? So what we came up with was Loction Auction. So what Loction Auction does is we allocate auction to get all these returned items and sell them at an auction in their respective townships, right? For us, those products are not being returned to the owners, but at least they are getting into the market as well, right? If I remember, Tiane attended one in Soweto, and she came out with a air fryer. How much was the air fryer? See what I mean? So, simkhodu on our platform. Because what's the difference between umuntu othengisa ikota and KFC? You're still selling food, right?
Industries needed to continue, businesses needed to continue to run. We couldn't go outside. Teams took on a whole different meaning, okay? Then we talk about the stuff that doesn't do too well in terms of everybody uses Google and Safari as an example, né? But these two edge are really just that. It's search, right? You want to search, you want to find something on the internet. That's what those ones do. Then you would have your standard. These are the ones we've experienced before. What skilling they require. What do they need if they say they want to get to the next level. It will tell you, Uguti, okay, Mbali's been here for 7 years. She's expressed interest in being an MD. To get her to MD, funeka yenze lezi zinto eziyi-4. And then she needs to serve her time in this manner and achieve these goals. And that's your route, that's your path. So this is exactly where we are with the world. So what we've just built for a Department of Education, I'll show you a little bit later, is things that speak to the smart economy, okay? So I'm going to be very light on a lot of those things because now that I've explained how AI is just going to be better, it's robots. And then inking asemhlabeni is good. The robots will get smarter. It's there to learn you. Number 1. Question 2 is knowledge management. What that means is that is store in knowledge ukuthi wenzani ngama Monday, wenzani ngama Tuesday, wenzani ngama Wednesday, wenzani ngama Thursday, right? Then it's going to get further and it starts going to keep that knowledge in what it calls memory. Uyayibona ukuthi lento is starting to become you. So it is so important that you're very clear about what skills you're going to require to be able to control it. But I don't want to sit here and make us feel better about ourselves because it's not going to take over, right? But it is the human that makes it as powerful as it's going to be. A number of them have been switched off, by the way. They've tried it. Microsoft had tried it. Google tried it. No, Elon Musk tried it. And ngoba sine hate so much in the world, the AI was becoming like us. So beyithukana, ihlukumeza abantu, and it just goes to show you if it's going to mimic what humans do and how humans teach or treat each other, we're all going to be in trouble. Okay, so let's speak about what it means for the economy. I've already touched a little bit on how it's making changes in home affairs. Then I want you to think about ISAS. ISAS now is able to do what? They send you an SMS, e-filing, okay? For people that own businesses, we're speaking about businesses, we spoke about the supplier database. It's going to start looking into that. We spoke about your directorships, we spoke about your banking accounts. What does that mean? That's data. Mabakhuluma nge-big data, that's what they're speaking about. Ukuthi manje lento ine understanding yokuthi umbali wenzani in all these datas, right? And what it is that she might then do next. So when we speak about smart economy, that's what it means. It means the home affairs, our government, it means our education, it means how we regulate the law, how we manage SMEs, how we do our everyday work is more efficient, right? On Microsoft Teams, how many of us know Microsoft Teams? Okay, so in Microsoft Teams, for those that work in government, it's my product, you're right. You sit there and you have a 2-hour meeting. If you click co-pilot, as a meeting iqhubeka, it's taking the minutes. As a meeting iqhubeka, iyakutshela ukuthi umbali ukhulume lana wathini. After that, you can ask it if there was anything that you needed to do in the meeting. So they spoke for 2 hours, but what did they say about umbali? Izokuphendula. And now it's becoming conversational, meaning uyakwazi ukuyibuza the way you ask a human being. And niyamazi angithi nonku Siri. Hi Siri. Siri uyakuphendula. That's AI. Uzobe manje so ukwazi ukubuza ukuthi okay, kule meeting ba-10 ngami, you can even go to the extent of asking it ukuthi what was the sentiment of the meeting? Abantu bebakwatile, bebabored, bekuyini, izokuphendula, ne? So what does that mean? It means it's a 2-hour meeting or it's 3 meetings happening because you double booked. It summarizes all of it. So in less than 5 minutes, you are able to send those minutes anyway. And access ama minutes were transcript izoti ayikwazi ukuspell umbali, ayikwazi ukwenzani. Now it's conversational. Iyakwazi ukuthi umbali utheni and what it is that she meant and what the follow-ups are going to be. So you see mangithi kuzoba nenkinga moving forward for abantu that do executive personal assistance. Ngoba manje there's no need for transcribing anymore, okay? Then we're going to speak about connectivity and automation. Part of the reason why my friend Elon Musk is having a difficult time is because he owns something called Starlink. Starlink is cheap connectivity. It's very cheap. The truth is, between Vodacom, MTN, Telkom, all of us, we should not be paying the amounts that we pay here for data. And that is really the big problem. Ne? What does that mean? It means it slows down a little bit of our automation, but it doesn't necessarily slow down the AI, okay? What it creates is a gap between the haves and the have-nots. It is always abetu abantu that don't get what they need. Gonna go back to COVID. What happened? TOS is ovala for 21 days. Which schools did not have a connectivity? Ours. Which schools went for a good 8 months not going and not learning, but there's no digital libraries, there's no digital exams, there's no writing exams online? Ours, okay? So I want you to think a lot about how we're going to be structuring what we do for our communities moving forward, because the slowness of izinto like connectivity, whether it's under the guise of politics or protection of industry, it always ends up impacting us and our children and our economies, and it doesn't bridge this digital divide. Okay. Then there's this knowledge-based industries. Think about what it's going to mean for abantu that study law. Lawyers, all they do is read books. They're supposed to read this book based on this case and then give you an answer in terms of how other cases that are similar had been won. With AI, all of that stuff goes down the window. You can literally ask a machine, Uguti, I case so, how was it handled, and how can you then get to a better place with it? Okay, it is taking over. It's going to optimize operations. We spoke a little bit about HR. We spoke a little bit about what it means for data. Perfect example, Gauteng Department of Education. Banalento yoguti, so you apply for grade 1 and grade 8, and it's online. What does it mean? It's efficient. No more standing in the queue at the school. Now they're able to, it connects to Home Affairs. Ya confirm ukuthi ID yako is valid. Ushadile au shatanga passport right, and all that stuff happens in no time. Imagine, maseskwazi ukwenza zonke lezo zinto for all the grades. Now, deeper than that, you take it to the next level. Mawubona ukuthi ingane, umbali, from grade 1 to grade 5, she was doing so well. After some time, umbali uya jump isikole akaseze esikolweni and maybe akaze esikolweni njalo magneta or kuba ne pattern. Now you can start seeing those things beforehand to help the teachers. You can start seeing what abantu absent, abantwana bangazi esikolweni, what it means and who they are. You can start doing early interventions. Ingane ezabuzwayo eyibhedlela. Abantu that abuse these kids, take them to different clinics and different hospitals because babelekela le ndaba yokuthi mangizobele ngibuyela lapha bazogcina bayibizile social worker ukuthi why le ngane ihlala imele. Right? So what we mean when we talk about optimizing operations is good to now that everybody is going to have a single patient record and you are identified with an ID and you are identified by your biometrics, lengane izoqala ukubonakala ukuthi man lo mntwana every 2 years, every 2 months, every lento uphuka isandla. Think about it in those terms, in terms of what AI is going to do for us. Okay. Labelers, I say health, I forget what it's called, Manj, I think it's Mamelodi. We had gone there to do digital x-rays, okay? It fastens rather the process of manager abantu abazoyenza ama x-ray in no time. So by the time you get to the doctor, it's digital, they are sending it, it's not a physical record, so they are sending it to the doctor to see on the screen, everything is a little bit more faster. Okay, you wanna enhance customer experience. What that means is, like I said, Takealot now is gonna be able to know what you like. It doesn't bother to show you because you're not that type, right? It's enhancing its customer experience and response time. Then you've got creating new value. What that means is that as a SME, SMS, small medium organization, you want to be able to know where your target market is. I want you to think about what it means that Instagram is here. I saw a lady using some perfume back there. Now she's able to reach an audience of millions with just a click of a button. All of those things are digital, it's technological, moving forward, it's going to be AI-driven, to be taking her orders, to be lowering her response time, to be placing the orders through her bank and clearing it. And as long as it's supported by security, perfume are going to get to the people that need to get to. Okay? So I've already spoken about what all of these concepts means, but I want to touch on certain things so you understand exactly technology. Data analytics, I touched on it a little bit, what I said about education and health. How it's going to change health is good. It's going to learn AI how it is that, what are the circumstances that make you more prevalent to getting some sort of cancer. So cancer diagnosis and other diagnoses and prognoses are going to be faster because now it's going into that data. Right now, no one does that. The data is stored, it's usually stored manually. Now that we're storing data digitally, the reason why it's important to store it digitally is because funeki ikwazi ukulandwa is something, izbuze ukuthi umbali unama headaches every Thursday, every month, every this, and this is a blood pressure. What could be causing it? And then we don't have to consult Google, ne? Maskulma Internet of Things. The most simplest thing is your cell phone. That's an Internet of Things. You're able to check your maps, you're able to check your weather. Do not get deceived. They are watching. And anybody that is trying to sell you something is going to give you things for free. Facebook, Instagram, perfect example. Anything that is free, there is no such thing as a free lunch. There is something you are transacting for it, and the most valuable thing, manje emhlabeni, it's data. They want to get to know you so they can help not only sell to you, importantly, shape your thinking, okay? It's the reason why these things become so important when they speak about how AI is dangerous for elections, right? how about Twitter and Nobo X become problematic because it's robots that are writing those things. It's no longer human beings. Okay? When they speak about cloud computing, there's things we speak about. There's actual servers, right? A laptop is a mini version of a virtual machine, right? You used to have physical servers, huge, big things. We used to build data centers. It used to be amazing, right? Now we speak about something called the cloud. All the cloud is, it's someone else's server, okay? Now what they're doing is that organizations, Obostane Bank, Gauteng government, do not need to have their own physical data centers. It takes up a lot of space, a lot of electricity, a lot of water. You just put it on a Google Cloud, Microsoft Cloud, you name it, Huawei. That's all that cloud computing is, né? And then we've already spoken about artificial intelligence and what it actually means. So, what skills do you think that we really need to develop? So at Microsoft, asikwazi ukuthi si-own ama shares. So we spoke about 30% and 40% and black women owned. As in Microsoft, we as South Africans cannot own shares in Microsoft. That is what we call equity assets, right? So we can't have a black South African sit on the board of Microsoft and gain what they need to gain for our country. So what becomes important is what the Department of Trade and Industry does. Ne? What the Department of Trade and Industry does is to do is its equity equivalent. For every amount that Microsoft takes out of the country, they have to give back a certain portion. Our understanding of what 30% and 40% is has to stay in the country. What does that mean? That means we have to find ways to distribute this to previously disadvantaged individuals, of which all of us here are, okay? So the last commitment that happened last year was 1.3 billion. 1.3 billion is going to be stacked in these 3 different ways. I'll speak about this enterprise development one because it is the most prevalent. What I find exceptionally disappointing is that every year we start at Microsoft with a certain amount of black people that own IT companies. 6 to 7 months later, we've fallen off. Ne? Ngizokhomba futhi abantu bethu that come from the Gauteng departments, right? Whether it's economic department, education department, all of them. Microsoft offers free skilling for abantu basa Gauteng provincial department, all of them. There's 24,000 users that have laptops, and yet none of us take the time to study. It's the same old analogy, Guti. If you want to hide something from a black person, what do? You hide it in a book. The book is digital. We don't finish. We don't want to do our certifications. Ngati yonke into funeke ibe a little bit easier, ne? Unfortunately, it's not. And it's not easy, yoguti funeke ingabi nzima. It's about commitment and patience. You have to do your certifications, you have to read, you have to take your exams, right? It then puts you on a different tier. You have to train yourself and train your staff. It allows you to become the right type of partner. Ne? The thing about AI is a regulation of how we really are as human beings and how we contribute, particularly as black people, to our own demise. AI inja. We can have a whole discussion about the gaps that apartheid created in terms of education, but AI is new to everybody. We're all starting in the same place. Everybody is getting to understand what it does. So how is it that there's not many black people that have these AI companies? Okay, so what this is you get to be a Microsoft partner. As a Microsoft partner, Microsoft does not build. We will sell you a license, M365 Copilot license. Let's say you are selling it to the department in Abanta by 24,000 that need those licenses deployed, or it needs people trained, government has bought. And think of it, it doesn't have to be Gauteng. Everybody, national department, you name it. Treasury has Microsoft. Anybody you can think about has Microsoft, right? So now you get to be the one that trains those staff members. You get to be the one that also deploys the licenses, which essentially means, Guti, you are making the licenses work as they should on their machines. Microsoft does none of that. We just literally sell a license, and then, it's by Faraganjani, and adoption and change management, and communication planning, and project management, we don't do. That's where you come in, okay? And what then this program does is to support Black entrepreneurs to do exactly that, and then to also teach and get certification on this new AI technology. The next one is skills development, particularly for the youth. And by youth, Sifana na I'm youth that I'm 45, okay? So you sit there and you do training. You learn to certify yourself on training, okay? You are trained, you go to school for 8 to 12 months. It's open to all South Africans. You write your certification, you now have a certificate. Whether you're gonna add it to your CV, you're gonna make it part of your business, whatever it is that you want to do with it, free of charge. Then there is research and development, which is always important. This is essentially understanding ukuthi AI izomina ini from a South African point of view. Akekho umuntu okwazi ukungitshela ngePimvili ohlala eMicrosoft osebenza eMicrosoft or comes from Seattle. I know what my people's challenges are, and so research and development must be done by me. So there's money, 160 million rand, that contributes to exactly that as well. Okay. The commitment from Microsoft to South Africa has been extensive, right? It started with Bill Gates. You guys will all have an understanding of him and with the commitments that he had made to Uba Bandela. This picture is a picture from this year, when Microsoft then came to contribute or pledge an additional 5.4 billion. What that means is that they build these monster data centers. These monster data centers are going to be driving the AI economy. They're going to be driving everything we spoke about, digitization, optimization, and stuff. Where you come in is everything that I've mentioned. How these people are trained, how the AI is developed, how it's deployed, how it is that over Home Affairs, someone had to build that system for Home Affairs. It wasn't Microsoft. So all those technology companies will leverage from that, okay? These contacts are EIDT, ITIC. What EDTIC does is you make the contact with them, you let them know that you want to be part and parcel of the program. They will give you the online link to then sign up, okay? These I've already touched in terms of the projects that we're doing. So like I said, technology and Microsoft being used for the Smart City campaign that Ubapanyaza just ran. Again, VumaChem is the partner. There's no reason why this shouldn't be Mbali, PTY Ltd, right? We shouldn't have to be waiting for, his name is Rick, he's a nice guy, but it should be me, right? Similarly, the X-ray imagery ANZWE Department of Health, done by Siemens Healthineers. Again, it should be Khotso Healthineers. Again, how do we contribute to these type of things to ensure that they work and we're able to build? We've spoken about the Department of Education, at least si build with the Black partner, they called Box Fusion. They really, really are good. It's been running for 10 years now, so it can be done, right? But if Box Fusion, I was figure without educating themselves and certifying themselves and practicing what they do. Okay, so they already touched on continuous learning. You have to be hungry for knowledge because umhlaba awumanga. And then there's the skills refresh, okay? And for the skills refresh in particular, these are the things that I'd like you to remember. And it's really about where you've got access to the internet, you go just look at, or you search for the stuff that is in blue, and you call Microsoft Free Online Platform, Microsoft Enterprise Training, Microsoft AI Learning Paths. Zonke lezinto, they are free. Start there. Condition yourself before you have to pay for anything. A lot of it is unpaid for. Mawuqeda uqeda imodule wakho, the exams are also free, but it gives you an opportunity to come into my world. There's not many black people in the world. I think they should be more because we're building for South Africa. It's always me and 2 other black people in a room. I want us all to know that definitely us and our children can do it. And it all starts now. Ngiyabonga.
Lembali enhle ngifuna nyenze muhle lana. So, before thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. They say the best way to cope with change is to embrace it. Let's not resist it because re tlo ba mathateng. I love the honesty in which we are putting it. So let's accept it. Let's stop questioning. I was BBT. Let's adjust and adapt. Let's give a round of applause to brother Thabang. Thank you, brother Thabang, for making us to catch up with time. We are now on time because of him. And now we even have time to ask AI a question. But this is how I'm going to do it. I want you to open your eyes widely. The first 2 people who raise their hand are going to get the chance to ask a question. I thought your hand will be up by now. So no questions. Thank you. I'm not sure whether it was loud and clear or we are just still processing. So since we are still processing and we are catching up, we will get her there by her stall to ask the questions. So thank you so much. Let's give her a hand of applause. This one is bullying me. The doctor is bullying me. She's bullying me. She didn't raise her hand as soon as I requested. Now she's bullying. Ashuna Mark.
Thank you. No, this is going to help you and me also, and everyone else who's working in government. I need to understand about this R&D fund, the research and development. So are we able to come and apply as well as government? Because you see, R&D is very important, and again, we do not always have sufficient funds for R&D.
Yeah, so to answer the question, yes. There are the contacts that I shared over there, but before I leave, I will give you my email address. I will introduce you to a lady called Lebo. She's the one that runs the program, and yes, you are able to apply. You will have certain criteria that you need to meet, but that's exactly what we're looking for. Gabon.
Is there another one who wants to take a chance as well? Okay, all right, thank you. All the speakers, everyone who made a presentation, who spoke, you are humbly requested to come here to the front. Humble request to all the speakers. So when the speakers come to the front, we are going for lunch. Our lunch is supposed to be ready by 1, and we still have 10 minutes. Do you want to say something? Okay.
I don't know why she's giving me the microphone. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we still happy? Oh, yeah, I'm hearing hello, hello, hello. Who wants a gift? Let me see. Maybe the hands will go up. Okay. Oh, the program director wants a gift. Left. Okay, 1, 2, right side. But you guys didn't ask a question. The question was on AI. Mbalenhle just gave a brilliant presentation on AI and you were quiet. So no one is getting a gift. But anyway, we've got a company that raised their hand when we reached out to them and said, we've called people who are going to be coming and talking today. But we also don't want them to be tired the next time government says, come and speak to our entrepreneurs. We've got dynamic female entrepreneurs. We want to gift you with something. So I'm going to give Lerato 60 seconds. The other day I gave somebody 60 minutes. So today we don't have 60 minutes. I'm going to give us 60 seconds to just tell us what is the perfume company Africa. Lerato.
Dumelang bomme. Is everyone comfortable with Sotho or should I change to English? Should I change to English? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lerato Mojwanjwe. I am born, bred, and buttered in the Val. So I'm sure a lot of you recognize the name and the voice. I am one of your community radio presenters at VUT FM. I am also an independent business owner within the Perfume.co. This is a South African company owned by a black woman. Unfortunately, she's outside of the country. Yes, let's please give her a round of applause. Her name is Bathabile Moreki. She's the CEO and the founder of the company. In short, the business is a network marketing business. So in network marketing, I call you to come and join the business. I tell you what the opportunity about the different earning opportunities that we have, about the different products that we have, and different ways on how to make money. So we make money through commission, through profits, and then we also have the rank up bonus. I think I've got a rank up bonus that must come in by today or tomorrow, because I ranked up last month from team leader to supervisor. So essentially that's what the business is all about. And the CEO said, look, we're having a beautiful event in the Val, and I'd like you to please represent our company, and that's the reason why I'm here today. Please feel free to come and speak to us if you want to know more about the business. We've got perfumes. I've got Nsepi with me. Let me tell you one thing interesting about this business, right? You can join the business and have people underneath you go further than you. In this case, that is what has happened with me. So a lot of people don't know, I had a baby in December. And in the 3 months that I gave myself maternity leave, she had joined previously underneath me. She ranked up. She's at manager level. I'm at supervisor level. So let's please give her a round of applause as that. So the company is working. We've seen the business model is there. Nsepi is earning above 10,000 Rand from this business. When she was at home, she was unemployed, and she decided to take the business and take it seriously. We were seeing it, it's working. The thousands are coming into our bank accounts, and we are just thriving. So we're all about women making money for themselves. Thank you very much, ma'am, for the opportunity. Please do come and speak to us. We'll be at the back there until the end of the event to present to you the opportunity. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Lerato. All presenters, all those who spoke, please come to the fourth. And the rest of us who did not speak, including me, let's go for lunch. All the speakers, please. All the speakers, please. Lunchtime, lunchtime is 45 minutes. And remember, it's only my clock that is working today, ne? So please, quarter two, let's come back. The only watch that is on time is Haile. Can we make our way back, please? Let's please come so that we are on time. Remember, we are already on time. Arskai Sinyang, please. Are you also leaving? Let's come back, please. Let's come back so that we can finish. Let us come back. Welcome, my dear. Settled because you are next. Okay, yeah. Please, let's take our seat. The train is about, okay, this one is not a train because at least the train uka jumper stuff. The flight is about to take off. So please don't miss out. The flight is about to take off. The flight is about to take off. We are starting. Yeah. This one's.
Yeah, don't give it time.
Okay, it's fine.
And after here, I can take over.
Okay, all right then, it's fine. The plane is about to take off. Let's wrap up. Let's wrap up. Let's wrap up. Wonderful people, beautiful people. Our speaker is already here. From JSC, Johannesburg Stock Exchange, all the way from Pretoria with roads closed. We thank God that she made it. So let's not keep her waiting. She's here. Let us pay attention. You are welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon. I'm the one that just got here and I'm tired, but you sound so tired. You sound like, is it the food? After eating, you know what happens. Can I see show of hands? How many entrepreneurs are in the room? Are you entrepreneurs or you hustlers? Can I see how many ecosystem development people are in the room? Who is supporting the entrepreneurial ecosystem in the room? Can I tell you something? If you're an entrepreneur, you're also supporting the ecosystem. Yes, because you also support other entrepreneurs. Show me who is buying from other entrepreneurs. Show of hands. Okay, who's buying from Shein? Oh, at least you're honest. Do you know that you're building China's roads right now? But you're complaining about our roads. Why am I giving you this? Not that I can't talk about the amazing things that we're doing in the JC, and I'm going to get to that. I just want to highlight something before I go in, is that we're all in this together, right? If there's somebody building a business, Whether you're in corporate, whether you're on the development side, we all benefit. If a small business grows, we all grow as an economy. If a small business fails, guess what? We all fail. Because there's a domino effect, right? What happens essentially is, if one business fails, not only do the people that basically that business employs lose, but the hair salon that that person supports loses. The local shop that person supports loses. As from a tax perspective, we lose. So the reason we're all here is not just because we're entrepreneurs, it's because we want to see entrepreneurs succeed. And who is struggling the most? Women, right? As entrepreneurs, it's harder for us. I'm also an entrepreneur. As much as I do work for the JSE, I'm also an entrepreneur. I've been an entrepreneur since I was like 19. I know what it's like to win. I've had a business that did so well that I could sell it. And I know what it's like to lose, where I've had to sell my car and take the bus. So I'm not just speaking to you from a perspective of solutions and saying this is what we have as the JSE. I'm speaking to you as someone that understands, and I want you to succeed, because if you succeed, I succeed. Right? So let's get into it. I want it to be interactive, so feel free to ask questions. I do have a presentation, but I'm going to give you a synopsis because I don't have a lot of time. So first and foremost, again, my name is Cleola Kunene. You're welcome to find me on LinkedIn or Instagram. I try my best to answer everybody as much as I can. I do get a lot of requests, but if you want to reach out to me, I'm not going to be in the country in the next 3 weeks. So it'll only be towards the end of September, and I have to clarify that. You know, I don't want people to reach out and say, oh, she didn't respond, but she said she would, okay? But please do reach out, right? Now, as the JSE, this is an initiative that's very close to my heart. In fact, I started it in the JSE. The JSE wants to help entrepreneurs, wants to help SMEs. And I know when we think JSE, we think, firstly, those numbers on the news. Everybody, like, when I think JSE, I'm seeing red and green numbers, okay? And we think big companies, which it is, right? A little bit of history, the JSE is over 137 years old. In fact, the capital on the JSE, which is the liquidity, is bigger than the country's GDP. One of the only exchanges in the world where the money that we have, that we raise for businesses, is bigger than the country's GDP, right? In fact, it's 4 times bigger. It is a lot of money, trillions. Now, what does that mean? It means that it is a very liquid exchange. It means we're able to raise a lot of money, we're able to reach out to a lot of networks, we're able to promote the market, the capital markets, our companies, and the country very well. Yes, we've struggled just like everybody struggled. When we get grey listed, we struggle, right? We lose money. When there's political issues in the country, we struggle. When there's economic issues, as there is now, our economy is not growing as it should, we all struggle. But one thing remains true. If a company grows in South Africa, we grow too. So JSE, if you look at it, not only supports large enterprises, but systematically has determined how it can support small businesses. We started in about 2020, and we started with saying, how can we scale medium-sized companies to become large enterprises? I want to give you a little bit of context. If you look at South Africa, think of companies almost like a pyramid. At the bottom, we have a lot of small companies, over 2 million, right? In the middle, we have a few medium-sized companies, maybe between 78 to 80,000. And then at the very top, we have only 1,000 large companies. And out of those, how many do you think are blue chip? What you would term as really large companies? Only 450 in our country. Now that's not a good thing. The reason is that as an ecosystem and a value chain, we all need large companies, right? Think of it. If there's only one more Pick and Pay, what happens? How many more suppliers does it need? Not just people does it employ. So we as entrepreneurs, not only do we want to grow our own businesses, we want to see more companies become large so that we can enjoy that value chain, right? We can feed into it so that we can grow. So if you look at it, what was the last big company in South Africa? I'll tell you, Capitec. That was over 10 years ago. It's a long time ago. Yes, there's been companies like Time Bank, et cetera, but if you look at it to that degree, growing that fast, which means we don't have companies becoming large. They get stuck there in the middle, and eventually they get swallowed up by large companies, or they move offshore, which is not what we want, because we want them here. We want their head offices here, and we want them to pay tax here, right? So this is something that we focused on. We launched an accelerator program, and we focused on how to get those medium-sized companies to become large. It was a very custom, very focused program. And to date, we've excelled over 50 companies. Out of those 50 companies, the average revenue growth rate was, guess how much? Take a wild guess. Can I see hands? Percentage. 38% on average. 38%. It's not, our economy, GDP is not, growth is not even close to 5%. 38%, and what did we do different? We focused on each company in itself, the diagnostic of the company, making sure, and this is companies that have already been running. So it's not companies that just started yesterday. We're not talking about startups or small businesses, they're medium-sized companies. They've kind of been stuck there, right? I'll give you examples of some of the companies that you may know. Who knows pineapple? Yeah? I grew pineapple, right? We grew pineapple. Pineapple just became like this, right? If you compare Santam, which is an old brand, to pineapple, where's pineapple now, right? It's capturing the market share, right? Spark Schools. Do you know Spark Schools? Spark Schools opened 45 schools in 5 years. Amazing, right? That's what we want. That's what we want. There's an amazing company, and you must Google this company, called Take Note IT. Female, black-owned cybersecurity company. When we started working with Take Note, they were just working with, like, they had some government contracts, and we changed that, made them competitive, right? Today, they are busy doing a demo with China for cybersecurity in Africa, right? Literally. Mamela, who is the CEO, won awards in Russia and, UAE. That's what we want. But as we were doing this work, because the accelerator is amazing, but that only works for medium-sized companies, right? But as we're doing this work, there's something that we realized, that small companies also have a gap. And one of the key gaps they have is funding access. Only 37% of companies get approved for funding. If you want funding today, it'll probably take you a year to get access to capital, right? Depending on the funding. Otherwise, if you do get funding, it might not be the right funding for your business, or it might be very expensive, right? Do you know all the different types of funding solutions? I bet you don't. And how do I know that? Because I've been working with entrepreneurs. I've been working with small businesses to try and help them get funding. So we launched in 2023 an initiative called Capital Matching. We started it in the Western Cape, and this is how we went about it. We basically took companies and took them through funding readiness. So funding readiness, the first part being the training, and the second part, basically assessing and helping the companies get stuff together. Now, why do they need training? Because one, most of us don't know all the different funding options out there. People know debt, but they don't know all the different structures of debt or how it can be structured, right? So for instance, if you are in agriculture versus retail, you cannot have the same debt structure. Why? Because agriculture is seasonal, right? Retail is daily. So you would want a model that fits your business, right? Or do you want a model that's based on revenue or interest or different types of structures? Or do you need purchase order financing or invoice discounting or mezzanine financing, right? Do you know that VCs actually don't look at most businesses because they only focus on high growth businesses? because of the multiples that they need to meet for their investors. Most people say, but I want equity, but you're not going to get it necessarily from a VC. There's very few VCs that provide capital unless you're a high growth, mainly tech business, right? But there are businesses that invest equity. They are in SMEs. There are angel investors. There's ESD funding. There's DFI funding, yes, but remember, DFI funding is also limited. How many people apply to NEF in a month? They probably get 10,000 applications. And most people don't have their stuff in order. So if you want DFI capital, at least understand the type of DFI capital, government capital, I'd say, and understand what you need to get it. And also, money needs to circulate back, which means whatever funding you get, you're liable for, right? So how do we align you to the best possible funding for your business? Because ultimately, if you get the wrong funding, even if you do get funding, it could be detrimental. And we want you to be sustainable, because if you grow, we grow, right? So we went about doing this. We essentially helped companies. We started in the Western Cape, and we then did a capital matching event. We brought about 15 different funders to the table. We worked on the other side with the funders to make sure, one, that we have diverse funders, but two, that they can actually allocate capital and allocate people to fast track the applications, right? And to make the process easier also for our entrepreneurs. I'll give an example. So everybody knows CETFA, formerly CIFA. And CIFA's got a process, right? You still have to go apply through the CIFA process. But if you've gone through the capital matching, we then, once you get your number, we work with the branch managers and we work with the deal makers to make sure that those applications get fast-tracked. And we work on the other side with the entrepreneurs to make sure they get their stuff in order. So year one, we saw a 62% match rate. Remember what I was saying, 37% versus 62%, right? That's the difference that it made. Then we decided, okay, we're going to go to the other provinces because there's a big gap, especially regionally. So we expanded it into Bloemfontein. We matched over 70 companies, then Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape surprised me. In 3 months, we were able to allocate 44 million rand to entrepreneurs in the Eastern Cape. Now, this year, we're in Gauteng. We're going to be doing this at the JSE at the end of November. And the reason I'm here is because I would like you to apply. I'd like you to participate and tell other entrepreneurs to participate so that we can help you. We don't want to do this indefinitely as the JSE. We want to do this to capacitate our provinces. And more importantly, we're also working with ecosystem partners. We're working with development organizations. We're working with associations, etc., to also help them understand, right, how to do this. Next year, we want to focus a lot on teaching development people how to get companies funding ready and introducing them to the funders themselves. This is not a commercial opportunity for the JSE. It's not even ESD funding. We're doing it because we know what the gap is. And we know that we can actually tangibly do this. Why? Because we've raised trillions for large companies. Why can't we do the same for small businesses? Right? If we can do that one side, we can do the other. On the other side, we're also helping with policy and changes, legislative enhancement, lobbying, and red tape reduction. We're doing some of that work. In fact, next week, I'm going to Switzerland. One of the things we lobby for is to bring more capital into the country because we don't have sufficient capital, and the capital that we do have is expensive. So if capital is expensive for the borrower, it will definitely be expensive for you, right? So we need more capital inflows, and that's the work that we're doing. So if you're interested in participating in the capital matching, go to jsc.co.za and just search capital matching. That's simple. Capital matching, and then you can register. Okay. I'm going to pause there and see if there's any questions before I move on. Okay, please go ahead. Just behind you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I just need to find out, for your funding, what's your focus sector? Which sector do you fund?
So we don't have a focused sector, but we do insist that the company must have a minimum operating history of 1 year. Why? Because if you don't have an operating history, there's no base to determine whether you've got a business. It's very difficult to fund an idea, guys. I'm going to be very honest. So I'm not going to overpromise. And you need a minimum of 50,000 Rand, right? And then secondly, there are some sectors that we struggle with, but we're now sourcing capital for that. One is, for instance, mining. It takes long and it's difficult. Manufacturing, we have had manufacturing funding and we do have manufacturing capital. It just takes longer to secure. So think of it, if some funding is quick, working capital is quick, ESD funding is quick, purchase order finance, some of the alternatives are very quick, but some of the capital takes very long. So I would say, depending on how much you need and what you're looking for, I may refer you to my colleagues. So we also have a platform called JSC Private Placements, which you're welcome to research, where you can go on the platform and register and they can match you with funders. The only difference is that this solution that we're doing is free for the event, but that solution you have to pay a fee for, yeah. But if we can't help you, definitely we'll refer you there, yeah. Any other questions? You sure? Please go ahead.
Thank you so much for a beautiful presentation. Can you please clarify what the ESD funding is?
So ESD funding is Enterprise Supply Development Funding. So as a JC, we do have some ESD funding, but obviously it's limited, right? It's like an interest-free loan, like you can get 1.5 million or something interest-free. But we also work with other ESD partners, right? So for instance, Mr. Price Foundation, we have on board. Edge, we've got like 5 different funds, is one of our partners. Vodacom is on board as one of our partners. So some of them have ESD funding. It's just that, like with all things, ESD, sometimes they're looking for companies in their supply chain, sometimes not. And also the intakes is not always the same. They may have only an annual intake, right? And I think it's at SAB that only has every 2 years or something like that, yeah? But the other one as well that I can connect you with is potentially Telkom as well, yeah? Okay, any other questions? Please go ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to find out, do you only assist in the Joburg or do you also assist in Free State?
We assisted in the Free State. We had a capital matching event in the Free State. I think there's about 15 companies that got funding so far. One of the companies I really liked, they make coffee from butternut. You might know them, Buttercup. You can go and research them. They got funding. Which is crazy. Some of the companies, it's crazy. When you meet the companies, they're good businesses, right? They've been running for a number of years, but people are not funding them. So I think that's the other thing why we bring the funders together. And on the day, the capital matching, I just want to explain how it works, right? This is not Shark Tank style. You're not going to stand like here and tell your business. It's private in cubicles, right? So you will pitch one-on-one with the deal makers because we respect businesses and we want you to be able to talk about your business authentically, right? The other thing is that you'll meet with an average of 3 to 4 different funders depending on the type of funding you want. But it's a busy day. The other thing is in Joburg, we're also going to have service matching. So we're bringing in some organizations that either want people in their supply chain or they want to talk about the different solutions that they have. So but that's more free flow, and then the capital matching, you get booked, right? So 15 to 20 minutes, pitch. So you have to have a pitch ready. That's part of the training. So the funding readiness training, online first, it's free, and then we help you then one-on-one. But you must have a pitch. Why? Because we don't want you to sit there in front of deal makers and then right? If you say, okay, I want working capital, okay, how much do you want? How long do you want it for? What are you going to use it for? Do you have quotes for this? Show me the quotes. You know what I mean? you need to have your information and your ducks in a row, because that meeting is potentially a meeting you wouldn't have had. You would have had to go on the internet, apply, and wait for a cycle to get feedback. This is directly with the deal makers. And deal makers are the technical decision makers, which means they can immediately tell you whether this is a deal they want to pursue or not. Okay? Please go ahead, ma'am.
Oh, yes. You said that the business, it needs to be operating for over a year.
Yes.
To be able to register. So what if, is it possible to use your previous company history information and then you combine it with the new business to apply?
So I would say have that conversation with the deal maker, because if you have an operating history, so what is an operating history? Operating history shows that you've done business, that you have clients, that you have revenue.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they would want to see.
Okay.
Do you have a business?
Yes.
Right? So if you don't have any kind of history, it's very hard to say, I want money. What do you want money for?
Okay.
Right? So that's a difficult conversation. It's in South Africa, generally in terms of finance, think of it, there's different types of funding at different levels, right? So ideation capital is like where you have an idea, you've got a business plan, etc. Even if it's a great business plan, is very limited. Very few people fund ideas, right? Then you get seed capital, which is where you already have like a business 1 year up, but you need to, you know what I mean, do some things to build that business. That's seed capital. Then we go up into Series A, Series B, Series C. So all of those types of things are important in terms of the type of funder that you work with. Some funders will not fund ideation at all. They won't fund greenfields, and very few fund IP, right? And I have to be honest with you because we don't want to waste your time, right? There are some finances, and I can guide you if you want ideation or greenfields funding, right? Say, for instance, you have a great idea and a great solution, and you want to test the feasibility for it. There are organizations that fund that. Even the World Bank have got technical assistance funding to help with feasibility studies, right? But not everybody does. So it depends. But I would say, let's look at it and look at what you have in terms of your business history, because we may say apply on the other business depending on how much you need and what you need, and then kind of consolidate it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cleola Kunene, and thank you for your time. Sorry.
Google, I was asking if the company has been operating for over a year but registered later. Do you consider that?
So I think as long as you've got the financial history to show that you've had clients and you've had revenue, like your bank statements and stuff like that, someone would fund you. There are financiers who would look at that. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I think my time is up, so can I just, okay. Thank you very much. Have a lovely day, everyone.
Thank you. Before you leave, if there is somebody with a question, I think we can take that. Yes. Is there any other question?
Yes, going off of her question where you said as long as we have financial records to show it's been operating, but what if you, it wasn't a business account before, it was first your personal account, then you shifted to a business account. Could you use your personal account to then verify?
So in those cases, what you would go for is what you call unsecured lending, right? I don't know if you know what unsecured lending is. So unsecured lending is usually where you don't have the information to back up and the business information to back up what you have, but you personally say, I take personal liability, right? So we do have some unsecured lenders, but I would say it's better to have your stuff in place because then you have more options, right? But if you don't have those information in place, you don't have things in place, you're limiting yourself to unsecured lending, right? So it's very important as a business, get the stuff in order. Also, as a recommendation generally, if you can delay getting funding, delay it. If you can use your own capital as far as possible, use it. and get the financials in place. Because think of it this way, the more you have in place, the more you have negotiating power, right? Because then you have more options. But if you don't have your stuff in place, it's like driving without a driver's license. You're always gonna be on the back foot, right? You're always gonna get in trouble at some point or another. So yes, you can get funding. There are funders who can fund you, and we can match you with funders. But I would rather say, work on the premise of your business financials and your business account, okay? Thank you very much.
Let's give her a hand of applause. Thank you very much. Right now, we are going to call the content creator, Ms. Ntsako Nkuna. Can we give a hand of applause? Loko ni vona Nkuna, ni vona wa ka hina. Ai mo beleni mavoko. Ai mo beleni mavoko.
Thank you. Greetings to all the ladies here. I'm just going to quickly do a skit before I start talking. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Spend the day with me as a travel, lifestyle, and fashion content creator. Because every story deserves to be told, and this is my story. So, because I can't hold my phone like this the whole time, and I don't want to spend money calling in someone to help me shoot. Now, this is where this comes in. Oh, this is going to be hard. Okay. Sorry for the noise that this might cause. So, this is where this comes in because I don't have anyone to help me shoot my content. And I am unable to get the angles that I want when I have my phone held up high. So you can get this from Take a Lot for only 700 Rand. Okay, so I start my morning by tidying up my place. I clean my house before I can do anything else. As my mother would say, cleanliness is next to godliness. I then go on to plan my day, but it's a gloomy day and the lighting is not so good in my house. And this is where this comes in. This is a ring light, which helps you adjust the lighting in the house for only 200 Rand on Take a Lot. I now go back to plan my day. I now go back to plan my day and my daily activities. Once I'm done with that, it's time to head out and run my errands. So, but before I do that, as the 2000s would say, drip check, record me. So my outfit is from Foschini, and this is what I'm wearing to go run my errands. Thank you. Okay, so my name is Ntsako Nkuna, and I'm a fashion, travel, and lifestyle content creator, but it didn't start here. So I'll share a little bit about myself. I hold a BA degree from Nelson Mandela University and a postgraduate diploma in applied economics. It looks good on paper, right? But that wasn't the case. After graduating, I struggled to find a job for many years. So that affected my mental health a lot. And that's when I decided, let me leave the house and explore my backyard. I started creating content, taking pictures in my hometown, and I shared all of that on Instagram. And before I knew it, my numbers were growing. People were sending me DMs, asking me to curate trips for them, or even recommend places that they could visit. And it didn't only end there. I landed a job in tourism because of content creation. So a speaker, I think it was Tabani, said, content creation is just about scrolling on TikTok. And no, I want to correct that. It's not just scrolling on TikTok or posting pretty pictures on Instagram. It's storytelling. And it's not just fun, but it's about employment, empowerment, and creating entrepreneurial skills for everyone. Thank you.
No, don't remove them. So you ladies are stuck with me. You can take a seat. Let's give her a round of applause. She gave me a very difficult time. We're going to take a seat. We're going to have a conversation. Your program director is still here. I took over. Oh, okay. Fantastic. Lerato, please join us on the couch. You can take that chair there. Who also wants to join us? Let me see. Remember, I'm the lady who bears gifts. So anyone who wants to join us on the couch? No.
No one wants to join.
Oh, okay. Okay, we've got 4 ladies. So are you for real? No one wanted to join us? Please do come. No, first, sometimes you just have to run for the mic and introduce yourself.
Must I introduce myself? Good afternoon, ladies. My name is Kolofelo Bonama, and I am the CEO of Adriel Studios, which is a branding company, and we also run event activations.
Thank you very much. So I've got here a lovely audience of women. Wouldn't you say? I'm waiting for the hand that claps. I know it's definitely after lunch, but we're going to have a conversation because the ladies here have been consuming a lot of information, and we want to also hear from you. So I'll ask my ladies a couple of questions, but the actual one we want to ask questions is the content creator. I asked her to do that demonstration, and she was very hesitant, but wouldn't you say it was well executed? Huh? A round of applause for that. The reason is simple. I think it was Mbalenhle who spoke about, and also the chief director, Dr. Zian, who spoke about digitizing, monetizing social media presence, and also remote working, because a lot of things that we do, we tend to, it's true, we scroll. I had something that blew my mind recently. They said South Africans spend 9 hours and 37 minutes a day on the internet. We are the largest consumer of internet. This is a study that was done. In actual fact, another study that verified that information said South Africans spend 9 hours, 38 minutes. So really roughly, that is the going rate. So you can all agree that majority of South Africans spend time on their laptops and phones. So now the question that followed was, what are they doing? 9 hours. This is a lot of hours. What are you guys doing on your phones and on your laptops? I hope you're making money in that 9 hours. So I was very curious, and I decided that I am definitely going to find out. The quickest way is Google, right? We were supposed to have Google in the room, but we'll bring them, don't worry. We're giving them time. YouTube, we're giving them time. Next time I come here, I'll come with them. So I then really asked myself, what are they doing? So the quickest way is to check what were the trends. Every year, Google issues trends. I also would need mics, so if you can bring us mics in the meantime. I speak a lot. They're going to speak there next. So they do trends, and then they give an idea in terms of what was the most Googled word, let's say in South Africa. So South Africans are spending these 9 hours, close to 10 hours, roughly. What was the most Googled word in South Africa? Who wants to take a guess? Anyone from my beautiful ladies? Who has the mic? Oh, let me go to oh, you want to answer? What was the most Googled before I go to the audience? Any taker from the room? And don't Google it. You can go. Oh, artificial intelligence. It's the buzzword. Everybody is curious. That is the most best answer that we would be expecting, but it's a no. What was the most Googled? Any take us from here? Yeah?
I'll guess sale.
Sell?
Sale.
Oh, so can they remove this? So that means we are a nation which loves cheap, discounted prices. I'm sorry to tell you that's not the case. In actual fact, we are so, oh, there's another taker. Hey, this one is getting a gift. Oh, let me rush to her. And then maybe if you get it right, you get in that black box.
It's Google.
Not quite there. Mara, you guys are full of dreams. How to make money quick? Oh, Mara, no, in actual fact, you are almost there. To tell you the honest truth, you are really roughly there. I might give you a black box, you know, you were almost at the final line. The most Google word in South Africa, consistent every month, and I hope you didn't Google, it's Hollywood bets. I think that deserves a round of applause. Exactly my point. Everyone will then ask, 9 hours, 38, 37 minutes. South Africans are spending time doing what? Online gambling. So I'm a government official. Oh, sorry, I didn't introduce myself. But anyway, if you want to know who I am, you'll come. You'll introduce yourself and my cell phone number. We will talk after that. But I think that alone, from any government official's point of view, is a big worry because it tells you the real ills of our society. We wake up every morning trying to create a better life for the young people of this country, the older people of this country, so that there is inclusive economic growth, but there's challenges. The second most Googled, it's NSFAS 2025 application. The third one, you know, the list goes on and on. There was the fifth one, which was demure. Do you remember that whole movement? It was so Googled, demure. I can't even pronounce it, cutesy and very demure. So now the question is, we've brought the best. You know, it's not easy to bring your take-a-lots. We appreciate Microsoft and everybody else who came through. But we cannot continue with the status quo. We want young people to monetize their presence on the internet. It's not a bad thing that people are spending 9 hours, 38 minutes, 37 minutes on the internet. It tells you that there is a market, right? But also at the same time, we should be spending it on finding out more about artificial intelligence. We should be spending it on finding out on digital tools, which brings me to my panel here, which I made up and which looks so nice because it's all female, you know. We should have brought a man just to mix it up. But in any event, Ntsako, you spoke about storytelling and the most important part of it being social, through the most important part of social selling, or whatever type of selling in any event. You see, there are a lot of people here today selling their products, and I would wonder what their story is. You have also told us your story on how you found yourself in the travel, lifestyle, fashion industry. But can you really just give us some nuggets in terms of the digital tools that are out there, so that when we spend our 9 hours, 37 minutes on the internet, we use it wisely? And then also talk about some of the skills. Do you really need to have the skills to be able to run, to do, maybe let's say for an example, an Instagram ad? Is it a complex thing to do?
So I think one of the skills that you need as a content creator is obviously storytelling and branding. So content creation goes beyond just pretty visuals and whatever the case may be, but you need to be able to connect with your audience and tell your story authentically in a way that is relatable to them. And I think one of the tools or what you can do is spend time on the internet to polish your photography and editing skills, because that's needed in content creation. It keeps your audience coming back for more if you are able to take great pictures and edit and put your work together properly.
Okay. So the photographers in the house will assist us. There is Lightroom that I'm informed. Does it mean I have to go and buy an expensive camera? Is it, one of those mirrorless ones, etc.? Or I can do all of these things from my phone?
I would say start where you are with what you have. And once you start making money, that's when you can invest in getting better equipment. There are so many apps out there, like your InShot, CapCut. They have in-app purchases, but you can work with them even without purchasing anything. Like the standard editing there is good enough.
We're going to live here being content creators, It looks like the writing is on the wall. Lerato, which days are the best days to post? Because I know the algorithm, the Instagram one I always say is the worst one. Meta will kill me because I'm talking about brands here. And sometimes we've got a mentality that Facebook is normally easier. I don't know what your experience has been in the room. And then Twitter, Twitter, there is black Twitter. We're all scared of it. We don't want to. But yeah, I know the algorithms are quite intense, but what is your view? Is it product-led? If I'm selling oranges or maybe citrus products, which day is quite good? Or I'm a travel content creator and I don't want to flood the market. Just take us through the snapshots of that.
All right, interesting question. You can never be too much on social media, because the more you are on social media, present, they're visible rather, the more people will actually want to see you. So, but in terms of the best days or rather, let me actually start with the best times. Let's visualize this. The first thing that a lot of people do in South Africa when they wake up, they are on social media. They are. So that should give you an idea. Between 4 and 6 in the morning, people are a lot on social media. Lunchtime at work, people are on social media. And it's like with radio as well. Afternoon drive, when people are driving home, some others are sitting in a public transport, in a bus, others are in a lift club, they are a lot on social media. Then people are also a lot on social media before they go to sleep. Literally, as you're sitting in bed, you scroll through social media before you sleep. So those are the times to capitalize on. Mondays, people are tired. They don't pay a lot of attention to social media. So if you want to grab people's attention, Monday is not the best day. Try between Tuesday and Thursday. Friday, people have winged into the weekend, they're not bothered. If you want to grasp their attention again, on a Saturday morning, between 5 and 7 in the morning, that's before they go, especially with black people, before they go to funerals and tombstone unveilings and the rush weekend, it starts. Early Saturday morning or Sunday afternoon when they're coming back from church and now they're starting to look for ideas on what to post for the week, trying to wing into the week as well and prepare for the week ahead. So Sunday afternoon, when normally Sundays are for lovers. Yeah, the lovers are busy with lovers things, and then Tina, the singles, we are on there doing our thing. So those are the times and days where you can capitalize on social media, and regardless of whatever industry you're in. But always think of, when you wake up in the morning, a lot of people, the first thing they do, like I said, before they even talk to God, they're on social media. So those are my tips.
Interesting. Whilst you are there, has social media worked for you in terms of selling?
Absolutely. Let me tell you, So with this particular business, right, so I've got a couple of business, but with this perfume business, we are unfortunately in a region that's very high with unemployment. I think we're sitting on above 65%. And people would say, where do you get your recruits? Because with unemployment, you don't have customers. So I recruit on social media because I recruit people that are outside of the Vaal. So I can courier my products to them. So it works immensely for me. So one of the things I do is being an MC program director at events. I get referrals on social media because that's where people get to see what I do. So social media is a whole world out there of people that can support you. And let me tell you, this is actually quite spiritual. Even Jesus Christ had to leave home in order for his brothers to come and appreciate him when he came back. And they actually believed, oh, this is Jesus Christ. He does the work that he does. So I work outside of the Vaal, and then Batuba Valley, they will appreciate you when you come back. So I don't focus on being captivated within the Vaal with my work. And it's working for me. 90% of my business in everything that I do is from outside of the Vaal.
Interesting. Wow. Round of applause. So, you know, that's why we always cry, but you know, she's just not buying at my business. What Lerato is basically saying is that your market is out there, in the province, in the country, on the continent. Then the next door neighbor might come one day. But if you are depending on your next door neighbors, your church friends and everything, it's a very high ask. Madam, we're talking about social media. You're talking to us about branding and that it's important. And then we need to still print our flyers. And then you'll design them for us. Please take us through, walk me through why I need to have a logo and why it needs to be relevant and nice and enticing. How much do you charge to make a logo for me? You know, you must give me a discount. I'm your cousin, you know. And then, what is appealing to the young market nowadays, but what also speaks to the mature market?
So we do more than flyers, so there's many different types of printing. The kind of branding we do is like this one. And we do t-shirts, golf shirts, caps, and those things. So the reason why I chose to go into this business is because each and every single company needs branding. So I knew that I have a customer in each business at the very least. But what I also saw is that it is a saturated space. So if you're already thinking, oh, maybe I should go into branding, it's a saturated space. But where I found an advantage was that I'm young and I'm a female and I'm black. So, you know, there's those things that do give you a bit of an edge when you go and apply for things. But when I saw that I needed to somehow stand out from the competition, that's because I mentioned that we do branding, but we also do events. So I decided to come up with an idea that we call the T-shirt bar. So this is also what we went onto social media with. So we go to events and we do an activation. So we would print T-shirts there for someone. So you would pick your color, you can pick the design, and we'll press it onto the shirt there for you, and you go home with a brand new T-shirt. So that's what we would do at events. So going into pricing, it depends on what you want. Come get my number after this, I'll sort you right. But when it came to social media, we had two options. And I think when there's a lot of small businesses, I think, in the room, don't neglect social media. There were two options when we decided to go into TikTok and Instagram. So it's either you go there and you tell people, these are my products, you can get it in this color, you can get it in this size, or you can teach people how to do what you do. So we decided to teach people how to do what we do. And we saw quite a bit of traction on that. We even went viral on TikTok once, our company. And we found that now most of our following is people who want to learn what we do. So we were able to create another product. Now we can sell workshops. So people can learn even more than what we talk about on social media. So that's how we found another sales channel through social media as well.
Interesting. So there is this, how many people have TikTok accounts in this room? Nngwe, pedi, tharo, seswai, senyane. Facebook, everyone. Okay, so basically you are saying that we should not just be on TikTok for scrolling and wasting our 9 hours, 37. It will take me a long time to get over the 9 hours, 37 minutes, but we should be more leaning towards telling our story, right? Can you maybe expand also into more detail, right, with regards to giving, you see that white table there? They are selling juice. I hope I am not demoting your product. I'll just say it's an agro-processed product. What story angle would you put on TikTok for that product? Let's say they were to consult you and say, in 60-second package, position our product on TikTok.
Sure, that's very
Is it
difficult.
juice? Does it have cannabis? It's just juice.
You know, I'm sure they have their own unique story, but it looks like it's gents that are running the operation there. So already they can go from that angle. We know there's quite a few young men who don't have, who are not doing many things with their hands, and we know they are causing a bit of trouble. So already there, they can, from that angle, they can inspire other people. And I'm sure they are packaging their own juice. In my own company, sometimes because we do things by hand sometimes, so I'm saying like they package. So I'll just set up my phone there while I'm working on something. I'll just leave it there and I'll live stream, because sometimes we don't have the time to edit videos. Okay, we are, you know, you have to manage your orders, you have to speak to customers, you have to this. Sometimes you don't have that time. Even though it's good to invest in that time, but sometimes you don't always have it. So I'll put the camera there and I'll go on live stream while I'm making orders. So already someone's paid for this order, but people who are watching on the live stream, you can make money from those people too. How? They send you gifts online. And you know, I don't know why people send gifts on TikTok. Maybe she can tell us why someone would do that. But they'll just send you gifts like, here, you know, there's a gift. Or while you're engaging with people, people on TikTok are very passionate for some reason. So they'll push your engagement, they'll like as much as possible, and then that gets pushed to even more people. So from one live stream, I could see as much as 50 to 100 followers if the live stream went really well. And I'm not doing much, I'm just packaging my products like they could be while speaking to them.
You got it right? We're going to be seeing you on live stream very soon, yes or no? They're still thinking about it. We hope you've got a TikTok account. The stats say with around 67 million creators globally, the creator economy is set to reach $480 billion by 2027. Top creators are expanding into influential business ventures. You know, Time magazine, it has also released the inaugural Time 100 Creators list, which highlights the rising cultural power and mental health pressures of top digital creators. So clearly South Africa we cannot miss this wave, right? So we should make sure that our young people are not spending the 9 hours just browsing. Nowadays, we've got the advent. Okay, maybe Hollywood Bets is not a bad idea if we were monetizing and designing those games, right? We got getting our unemployed youth designing those games. There is a man from the department in this room who's responsible for that program. I hope he has not left, so that one day, I think in September, he's coming back here in Citibank to talk to you about the creatives industry in a different form. And we want to see our young people doing these games. I always say I've got a young one at home. 2 years old, he can count 1 to 20. He knows all the basic colors. Do you know why? There's that thing called cocomelon, which I hate. Can you imagine a world where this young man could listen to Sepedi or Ndebele or Swati cartoons, where we had creators who can draw using technology, digital skills to draw these cartoons which spoke our African languages. We are the market, the product is created for the market itself, right? So Ntako, before I go back to the room and see who wants the black box, I already have my person, oh, she's already here, who's getting the black box. There are women here who are in the tourism industry, and they are looking for opportunities. Some of them have put their establishment on various online hotel accommodation provider networks. I don't want to mention the brands. But what sort of advice can you give them in terms of making sure that their online presence is felt, particularly in the social media space? Is there any collaborations with influencers that you can suggest, just beyond the storytelling, right? Does it pay to get a travel content creator like yourself to spend the weekend in my establishment just to boost awareness?
Thank you for that question. So I think as a business owner, you should be the first person who's pushing your business every single day, work on your business, post it out there. But I do advise collaborating with content creators. They have the numbers and the audience. So you could work on a trade exchange. It could be a one night with a content creator in exchange for content. So they come over to your establishment for one night and shoot all the content for you. I mean, it could work because they already have the numbers and the audience. So by them doing that, your establishment is already out there because, like I said, they have the numbers. So I would advise the women here with establishments or accommodations to focus on collaborations, consider it rather, and yeah, it works.
Interesting, you've heard her, right? So I'm a travel. Welcome to my YouTube channel. You'll never know, I can sell your business. I don't know, I want to hear from, you know, we are already in the dialogue process. I want to hear from you ladies. We spent the whole day together. It has been absolutely fantastic. I don't know if there's anything additional that you want to, you know, impart and be part of this panel from the other side. I'm more than willing to take a couple of hands. Yeah, you can use even this mic, it's fine. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Takhalang Monama, and I'm the CEO and founder of Tap Develops. It's a digital media and technology company. And I just thought, as you guys were talking, I was like, I should have been a part of this panel. So I just wanted to add, because a lot of points were given that were really good, and I just want to quickly redefine content creation, because many people think you have to be an influencer to be a content creator. But you are a content creator if you're posting anything on social media. You have created content. So content is anything that is visual, audio, or textual, and that you're posting onto the internet. So you need to be aware of that it's not just influencers. As a business person, you posting your content, you are a content creator. Also, with the times that you post as well, it's not only the niche that you're in, so the field that you're in, it's also whether you're doing long form videos, so if you're doing 30-minute videos versus you doing just TikToks, your posting time will change based on that, because you need to catch people when they're ready to watch a long video and when they're ready to watch a short video. The other thing that I also wanted to touch on was storytelling. Yes, the essence of content creation is storytelling. So you need to have a story behind, because now that we're in a digital age, people are also tired now of people being not authentic. We want real people. We want real stories. So people are being more vigilant nowadays of that. So if you have a story, an authentic one of how you got there or what your business is about, that's the first good step. The next one is make sure that the content you're putting out there is consumable. So is it something that I want to look at, that I can look at for a long time, and that's something that I want to go back to looking at as well. And then the other thing is your message and your branding needs to be clear. I need to know what you stand for. I need to know where I can reach out to you. I need to know all these things from one view. I don't want to be searching, zooming in. If you can communicate that to me immediately within the first 10 seconds, you've done a very good job. And then I think that was the only other thing I wanted to.
When I say you must come to the couch, you must come to the couch.
Dumelang le kae batswadi? Nna ke Mosotho. Ke wa re ti ka program ausi. Hona le speaker se jampueng ha se se buitswe ene ke shebile nako. E ka re nako ya fela. Ke kopa re sebetseng dintho hantle re lo sane ha re invite to re attend please.
Good afternoon. My name is TJ. I own SJS Digital Marketing. I do content for luxury brands specifically. So my question is to actually everybody here at the panel, right? What's stopping Val creatives from working specifically with luxury brands?
Did you say what's stopping creatives?
Val creatives, to be more specifically, from working with luxury brands, because I've noticed that I've been playing in this industry for a very long time. It looks like I'm the only one who's playing with luxury brands. So I have a lot of friends who are creatives. I'm a cinematographer, photographer, graphic designer. I do whole creative work, but at the highest level. But what's stopping Val creatives, for example, from working with Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Ferrari, for example? Thank you.
Yes, I'm from the Val. I think it's maybe the way we look at ourselves. If you don't think that you are someone who can approach Mercedes, you never will. And so it starts by building up that confidence, first of all, and that self-esteem. And maybe to encourage other small business owners here, as small as my business is, I've worked with Jacaranda FM, I've worked with Spa, I've even worked with Sunbet Arena, and I've also worked a concert for Tyler. And I'm a small business, but I'm confident. I will go pitch myself and I'll sell you air. So I think it has to do with confidence. It has to do with confidence.
I wanted to add on your answer. I think what's stopping creatives is also they believe that the market or who their followers are not people who would be approaching those brands. Unfortunately, statistically, if you look at the Val, those who are in the wealth bracket are white people. And you'll find it's your white Val influence creators that are going for those big brands because they know the people that are following them can afford. But with your Val creatives, because they're coming from the townships, like she said, there's that mindset as well, but also they're also thinking of those who they're marketing to. Are these people that can afford what they want? And also I think with South Africans, there's been a shift in mindset. We are now more local minded. We want to support local now, not these overseas brands. So it also could be that reason that we want someone from home, not someone from overseas.
Thank you very much for that addition. I'll take two last hands and then we will close the panel discussion and then move to the last two speakers. So there is no comment. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists as they exit the stage. Aibo, are we that tired? Thank you very much to them. Unfortunately, I had to take over. There was an emergency that the program director needed to attend to, and I hope you will be able to accept that. We are a little bit over time, but I guess sometimes we just have to really internalize the issues and you know, try and give certain demonstrations so that we are really gearing up ourselves to understanding. I saw when Microsoft came, a couple of people were a little bit overwhelmed. I want us to start engaging AI, you know. I want us to start engaging content creation. Thank you. I want us to start engaging some of the things. They are definitely the future. We've talked about the numbers which are already possible in terms of turnover in this situation. I'm going to ask Ms. Sarah Manyokolo Notsi, if she's here, who's the chairperson of the Val United Business Forum, to come and address us. Aibo.
This really has been a long day, honestly. It has been, and yeah. By the name, ki Sarah Manyukulo Notsi, the chairperson of Val United Business Forum, the women's sector. And I stand for each and every woman that are in business. I stand for unity, and then I stand for love. And the purpose of the event here today, where it comes from, I think I need to clarify just a bit about it. Initially, the plan, it was supposed to be the Val Women Business Expo. Yes, that's where it comes from. And then as an organization, we came up with that because we realized, we have a lot of women that are in business, and then we don't know who is dealing with what. So with the expo, it's more like exposing our product, exposing ourselves, knowing to which season of the year, which is a very high one, where we need to start marketing our products. That was the initial plan. And then it ended up unfolding to what it is now. And I really appreciate for the province to be here and have, you know, serving us breakfast and lunch and have everything. But I have a bit of a problem. We have women that came very early in the morning that have exhibited their products. And since I was here, I think I only saw a few people that went through to the tables to check exactly what they are selling. Because to me, I feel it's more of a display for them. And then Ramona Kaufela, we're in business and Rabatla Chelete. And then we cannot be, not in a bad way, but we need something. And we have people from Lesotho, we have people that came from Joburg, those people, Batamail. And then there was other people, when they exhibited, they ended up leaving because you know what, it's gonna be a waste. So let's go out, maybe to the clinic or Renge, just to go and sell. So you can see this is a desperation of people who they want change. And then to me, Yes, because if I remember when I came up with the idea that comes from God, Val Women Business Expo, that meant something for us. And we have spent the whole day here. And I'm not sure how if maybe I'm wrong. And like I said, we all want change. We want to see something different. And we appreciate for you, like the province to come here and, talk about everything that they have, that they said. But at the end of the day, they need to come to us and what is it that we need? Because we cannot be having, like the talk shows, every time we need change. Honestly, I can't do this anymore. I can't. And I get to be remember feel jwang. E bohloko. O swa ka o teng. Ke roma wena. I get to be from which department? Honestly. Honestly, no. A big no. We need something. And I understand and it's so sad because having the idea, yesterday, arranging the tables, knowing we need women to exhibit, we need people to come and so that they can sell something and go back home with something, not just to sit here and then. Guys, for her, I bake jwalo. That's money. Then imagine a khutlela ha ile tsona. O tlile ka transport, o tlile ka tšhelete. O bakile ka tšhelete. But go each and every one. Honestly, no. No. We understand. We have done all those things now about business, running a business, how to. We have went to so many workshops and which we really appreciate. But now, there has to be a change. You need to go back to your drawing board and check what is it that is missing. Because at the end of the day, you need to have success stories out of all the areas that are mailing on. One, all those things. Like I said, I stand for Basedi ba ka mona. And I hope next time. I'm pleading. This is nice. But we don't need this. We need change. Please. And okay, for each and everyone at Lengamana, I really appreciate. And then I know how to busy on WhatsApp, or please let's come and support. This is ours, let's do something. Let's have something of our own. And then we find ourselves, like this. And actually, we said, I had interviews, honestly. So, thank you everyone for coming. And I love you guys. And then, from here, okay, we need a way forward. And then this is about us, this is about our businesses, this is about our children, our families and everything. So if we need change, we need to start standing up and make sure there's a change. So that when we come to the province, what is it that we need? Not to take over. What is it? And then how can you help us? That's all. Thank you so much. I'm done.
Hey, Chairperson. Hey, yeah, let's take a deep breath. Ke tla be ka bolela ka Sepedi mara ke tla be ka a ke nyaka go e senya. O e boletse. Mara I will be doing the department injustice if ke sa respond ankere so that le rena ba ska re shaetsa ba re la tloga mo le re kganthe ye ba reng ke Gauteng Department of Economic Development ke e bjang. It takes a lot to take a lot here. It takes a lot to bring JSE here. It takes a lot to bring Microsoft here, right? And I hope or ara we still everybody na kwa hai, hona le ba ba topile mola le mola. Let's hope or ara we stand na kwa. Mara I want to just clarify one, it's very important and we are closing. We are supposed to have closed at 3 o'clock. There was a comment here where the catering company is not from Val. There was that elephant in the room. Ke lebetšwe ke introducer la ka lena ke tshepiso ka diaka ona ka mokgwa ba e ngwadile mo wa o tswa Gauteng Department of Economic Development. I've got some of my colleagues here, the communication department. So the most important thing to also outline is the issue of the catering company doesn't come from you. You can hear it from me. Ne? The catering company and the procurement was dealt with by the department. We will never go to an area and come ka service provider ya Pretoria ya Mamelodi. We work on address ya the service provider. So on Saturday, understand, Harasana Lady Saturday, some of us, Rebecca government 24/7, 365 days of the year. The service providers' details came through and we requested to SCME do the necessary checks. The address was from Vereeniging, Kya Honam, right? So I wanted to clarify that. So if there is a concern, which we had said we'll clarify with the office, Yamaspala, if they feel or the service provider does not necessarily come from here, but we will not make that mistake. Yes, as government, but we are not willing to repeat that. Number two, maybe to also clarify, because I was there in that meeting when the department gave us the marching orders ka event, because I feel some miscommunication of information. According to us as the department, event was born when legislature province went to Easteres in Mamelodi area in Pretoria, right? And when they went there, there was a concern information it's not what they require. But access to market. Banyako find out as Take a Lot, give a product on the Take a Lot platform. They want to find out as now I am selling the juice, how do I reach other markets? They don't want to hear a department. I could have come here, sorry, as the department, this is so-and-so company that we have supported, etc., and so forth. So in that meeting, the concern was that the department gave feedback on the programs that they have done. Most CDBang, we've got a contact center actually that we have supported 30 learners which were trained. Surely you don't even know, Mara, you are in this area, right? Baba training contact center, Baba the call center, right, in the area. Kwako yesterday, they kicked us running and said, as a val, you can't tell us or you have trained people in those things. So we were trying to address that, right? And they were saying, they want opportunities in terms of market access. Funding is also a big issue because basically she's bringing a different form of funding. It's easy for us to have brought DTIC by the incentives, apply like the loan guy, right? That is why she's saying, consider coming to them and then also engaging on capital matching, the SME Rise project, right? So that is really the nutshell, or this is how we were told to go and take these opportunities to the people. And then we engaged with municipality and said, this is the idea in terms of commemorating Women's Day. Mara, I can see somewhere demand and supply didn't meet because there were expectations from Basadi Babaling in this room and even beyond. And then later as the department, we thought we are addressing something that we were told or what happened in yesterday should stop. Department is Kato reporter. People want to engage with big companies that they ordinarily would not be able to knock on those companies. They would not ordinarily be able to break the doors of JSE. They want to engage with those people. So somewhere, somehow, clearly Ara Kopana and Ara Kona ho meetana each other halfway. But I still hope I hope a few could have gotten something out of it. So in closing, I'm not going to do a detailed vote of thanks, but to thank, I would have failed if I didn't thank the municipality, the MMC, and the colleagues that are working in the municipalities. We couldn't have been able to reach you without the municipalities. There are a lot of companies that we knocked on their doors and said, come and engage with the women, tell them what is available. So we also thank the speakers. We thank the companies. We reached out on a couple of companies and said, who's willing to give gifts to the speakers? The perfume company was able to raise their hand and say, we will give them. A lot of companies said they are not able to do that, but we also honor that. There were service providers, AV company, the catering, cleaners, and other service providers who also made sure that today is successful. But also, we want to thank the department. It does really cost money for people to be here and to also bring these opportunities. But I would have failed if I didn't thank you also for taking time out. It's a hectic day. You spend the whole day here with us. We also want to make sure that we thank you for coming. What next? Rena, as the department, we are never evaluated on how many people came to the event, etc. We are evaluated on how many people are supported post the event. When you get out to Tswakamunyako, on your left, there is a registration table. On the table, there are 2 stands. Dinali the QR code, ki technology, ne? You just take a picture of that QR code. It is going to take you to a feedback form, evaluation form, the event. Fill in your details. Tell us, I like the comments that came out, or no, you guys came here to do what we never asked for. Fill those details so that the department they will look at that feedback, right, at the highest office. But there is also a separate program that we are going to be working on. Both Leola, JSE, they work with established companies. You heard what she said, right? Mara, there are also a lot of people who still have business ideas. Right now, we want to work with people who have those ideas. They have not yet monetized or registered those ideas. So if you've got a business idea, scan more and also give in your details. We are going to put together a panel after this, right, somewhere in November, of different role players in the industry. If you want to present, not in a public space like she said, you want to present your business idea and you want to get feedback on the spot, but also in writing 2 weeks later, that's where you need to register your interest. And then after you have registered your interest, we will call you back to come and present that idea. Those people will give you feedback first on the spot. For this product, for it to get a certification, this is where you need to go. For you to access the Côte d'Ivoire market specifically, these are some of the things that you need to go through. But also, following 2 weeks, they'll give you an advisory note in writing and saying, this is what we advised you on, and this is what was lacking in some of the things. This is how you can access other markets, because our markets are good, but we always have to look beyond. Beyond the continent. So how do we move you from that small space to that? So we want to start working with people one-on-one, not in groups, right? And for us to be able to work one-on-one, we need to set up those panels. So if you are interested, if you are keen, please do register and take that link, that QR code will take you to a link. If you struggle, speak to the people at the door so that they can help you to either maybe register your interest via email or a WhatsApp message if you are not Mochwadi QR code and something like that. Having said that, I wish you all the best. The next time you see me, I will be on the other side with that panel, Rohofa advice in terms of how you can monetize your business idea and then move from strength to strength. I still thank you for coming today. You can give yourself a round of applause. Thank you.